All right. What's up, guys? Hello, hello, hello. Congrats on first. Riss, hello. Mika, hello. Nobunaga, hello. Ugh. I had to get me a drink, so I had something. Hold on one sec. Okay, that's better. Had to get whatever was there out of the whatever. I don't know what that part of your throat's called. Whatever. But yeah, here, let me show you how slow this is loading. Let's do this. One of those. One of these. Maybe that one. I don't know why it's so slow. Yeah. Because, like, we have 1,000 upload and download, 1,000 meg, upload, download. My computer's quick. And, like, let me just for fun. This is how fast my computer does a defrag. Done. Optimize. Thinking about it. Oh, it's done. Remember back in the days when defrags could take like 8 to 10 hours? That was like 8 to 10 seconds. Yeah, I take pretty decent care of my computer. But yeah, that's very slow. Very, very slow. Nope. There we go. It's not slow, it's shy. I mean, I might, depending on how long this takes. I'm not streaming long tonight. Tonight's gonna be a quick stream. I mean, we might go an hour. So if this thing doesn't just go, well, then I might cancel this update. Because I'm not gonna lie, I'm at a point in Hellpoint. I'm at a Hellpoint where the game is fun, but I'm getting tired of playing it because I'm just wandering around doing nothing. And to me, that's frustrating. So, so I'm gonna look up the guy that I was at to figure out where to go, and I want to. My goal is to beat the game tonight because I want to move on to other things, and yeah. Hmm. Yeah. Okay, this is taking too long, so we're going to cancel this update. Oh my goodness. So a bunch of games on my wish list are on sale. Dang, these are actually good sales. Holy crap. Still 20% for a shot at no. Yeah, stuff like Doom and Visions of Mana, Final Fantasy 16, Ghost of Tsushima, Nine Souls. That's not a bad one. 30% for Kazan. bad, actually. Neat. The people tell me to see the good things. Today, I finally understand them. I'm awake because I need to clean up cat vomit. That sound woke me up, and now I'm here in the stream. Oh, dude, I'm sorry. That's a sound you know immediately what's happening. Your day was interesting? All right, tell me about it. I want to know. Tell me the things. Let's do this. Oh, would you look at that? We have Mientu. Okay. Oh, that was cool. We're in space. It's actually really neat. I like that effect. Oh, that's my volume is way too high. Better. My personal volume, not the actual game volume. This game is loud. Huh. Oh. Hold on. I missed a little part of that. I woke up this morning. Mama Knox started to drive to New York with her car. I'm having to take Lyft for coming few days because my car's registration expired. Oh no. Been there. Yeah, Uber and Lyft have become uber expensive. I can't renew it online because the system sees it as registered to my dad, who's deceased. Yeah. That is quite the sticky wicket. Bink. I like the trap gameplay of this. I know where this is going. Wait, transposition. What? I didn't know that was a thing. I am annoyed. As I'm going to the bathroom, the lights, the fan go out. Blackout. Go to the basement. Not any of the breakers. I just killed myself. That's a fun feeling. Well. I have finished getting ready for work, watching the house. That is my backyard neighbor have their power totally unaffected. You know, when Helena was a thing, we had something very similar happen. Because just up the road from us, they had power and we didn't. It's like, really? Bye. I'm sorry, Mika. That is so frustrating, man. I get to work and I have to deal with a resident with royal air syndrome. And have to deal with a major holiday event for the residents in the evening. Dude, you had a full day today. Ah! Oh, crap. Lurk, doing stuff. Okay. So, Mika, does that mean that you want some music? Some special music? You died. We died. Died. Side of things, my boss ran the activities review meeting for the month, and my praises were sung, apparently. Well, Mika, you are an excellent human being, and you definitely give a ton in the work that you do. Okay, that was... A lot of fun camera work. It's like a big blast. That's what my boss told me. Welcome to the Otter Slide. What? How'd I miss? We're gonna free aim now. My free aim is better than lock on. As we were walking away from our Halloween Jack-o'-lantern contest department dinner prize last night, well, I have a lot to yap about. Some glasses It's Collins. Hi, buddy. Hi, Turtle. Okay, so whatever position you want to go for with us, go for it. Easier to show you this YouTube short on them. Oh, are you talking about the glasses? The augmented reality glasses? I'm not up for the. Okay, I'll have to apologize. Like, tonight's gonna be a really quick stream. It's not gonna be a late one. Collins, how you doing, dude? Oh, that's egg. Nice. I totally would be willing to talk about it, just not tonight. 1, I'm tired. 2, I'm tired. 3, I'm kind of at the point where I just want to beat this game. It's fun, don't get me wrong. I like the game, but I want to beat it. I'm kind of tired of just mindlessly wandering around in it. Okay, thanks. Pretty exhausted, but okay. Open this week! Nice. How'd the open go? Also, Mika, that's really great, man. I'm happy to hear that for you. You gonna go for the computer gerb? You know, Mika, I've debated being a mirror inspector. It's a profession I can see myself in. I'm back on nights and I work Christmas Day and then I'm off until New Year's night. It's not too bad, I suppose. It's, you know, same for optometry. Something else I could see. Something I could see myself doing. Okay, so clearly there's something I'm missing.
You've got to be kidding.
You've got to. That's a joke, right? Sounds good, dude. I will see you in a bit, Hugo. I'll be in New Mexico tomorrow, and I'll be back the 28th. I don't know if I will make it to hang any stream. Yeah, don't worry about it. I'm not streaming Thursday next week. Because I will be out of state. There is a possibility for Monday still. I don't know. Tut, you know where I'll be. I don't know I forget my schedule is Monday. No worries. No worries. It was a soft open due to the holidays. It's gonna have a grand open sometime next month. Collins, I'm really excited for you, man. Get wrecked. Or don't. Or do. Just for fun. These are lower level guys. Oh, pistol. All good, Turtle. See you in a bit. So, Collins, how'd your open go? The soft open, was it still grand? Was it exciting? Did more damage than I figured it would. Okay, so I need to find a way. I think I still got hit. Oh, lost my controller. Yeah. Well, that's fun. I have one joystick, but not the other. Oh, hold up. So I have... What? Huh? I have right joystick. I have my... I have buttons. But they don't all work. Awkward. Okay, I don't know how to fix this outside of closing the game. So... I've had this happen in other games, and it's a really weird bug. It's a Steam thing. I had it happen with Elden Ring, I think? Let's try it again. Collins, what is your most signed up for class? What? Oh, by the way, guys, if you didn't know, Collins has opened a school of rock. His business, with courses that you can take online, learning singing, guitars, and drums. Hi, back. Stupid dad joke. Okay. Okay, it's all working. Good. Problem that I have with this piece up here is I don't know how to deal with those guys. And I don't know that I can make... I don't have any... You would think that one of the paths to take would be right there. But... Oh, how did those do damage to me, but I... Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ha! Get shot in the face. Or not. Oh, I'm dead. Ugh. Okay, forget it. I'm not doing this area. I couldn't. That's fine, turn. See you in a bit. Have fun. I guess I could do a lighter weapon. You know what, just for fun. Going to willingly. Purposefully nerf my damage. Well, that didn't feel like a nerf. was satisfying. Yeah, I'm frustrated because I know there's stuff there that I can do, but I can't get there. Okay, now. This is going to be kind of convoluted. Now, can I actually travel from this one or no? No, okay. I gotta find one of the breaches that I can actually travel from, because I am going to a different place. That's how big that gun was. Dang. Oh, right. Special music, right, Mika? All right, come on. Oh my gosh. I need to get paying attention. She's probably in a match. How many do I have? Like, legitimately, how many of these things do I have? Do I have at least... What, 4? Yeah, okay. We're gonna be jamming, Mika. Just for you, buddy. But also, dude, keep me in the loop with your with your computer gerbs. I really do want to know. I think I'm I don't know why. Okay, Mika, do you do you hear the pistol shot that makes you think of like a beat 'em up punch to the groin? The like a crit punch or something like that, or a crit kick. Let me see if I can get. I gotta get some more focus. Okay, listen. Stop it. Okay. Oh, nope. Oh, dang. I said the music might have been a little too loud, but one of the hits has that, like... like, I don't expect that. Okay. Dude, hi Black Lion. Good to see you, man. Really. This game, dude, I'm gonna tell you, it's fun to play, but it is so frustrating to navigate. More music. Okay, so here's that pistol shot I was talking about. Well, that's got some reach. No. Souls games are not frustrating to navigate in the same way this is. Like, Souls games, you at least kind of have an idea of where to go. Unless it's Dark Souls 1. This just, yeah. Welcome back, Hugo. Good to see you, dude. So, Mika, I've come up with a name for this build, or this setup that I have right now. You ready? The quick version of today is bought the glasses, like them, might return them, also went to a retro shop and want to spend a lot of money at movies. Bought the glasses, like them, don't want to keep them. Ready to go. I'm gonna call it Pistolangelo. Oh, might not keep them. There's the sound right there. Yes. Oh, none of that, none of that, none of that, none of that, none of that. There it is. The Damn. No kick. Okay, I can use them with my phone, and they look cool, but I need portable battery dock to use them with my Switch, and it was out of stock. And they might not have it in by the time my return window is up. Oh, what's this? Man. What? Well, I'm using this weapon for a while. Hey, run boy. Or they would be great for travel on flights and stuff, or if someone else is using the TV, but I don't travel. And if I'm driving, oh, and if I do, I'm driving, and I live alone. All right, let's try this. I'm not Goku. Bye-bye. I found so much stuff on Blu-ray and 4K. I want to buy it. I'd almost spend another $300. Your stick man. The name sticks really well. No, it's... Oh, I said Pistolangelo, didn't I? I was thinking Donatello when I said Michelangelo. Oops. You guys know what's brown and sticky? A stick. I found the Back to the Future trilogy, Christopher Nolan's Batman trilogy, complete Batman Beyond series, Avatar: The Last Airbender complete. That's a good one. Legend of Korra complete, Indiana Jones 4-movie collection, Amazing Spider-Man collection, and the Terminator collection. Damn. DBZ seasons 1 through 3. Black Lion, you are hysterical. Going down. I think I selected the pew pew shot. The original RoboCop or the 2011? I think I've been here. This looks familiar to me. The good one. Okay, look. The new one really is not bad, okay? The remake was not bad. Could it have been way better? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. But I actually like some of the things they did with the newer one. But I will agree with you that the old one is better. I think I forgot about that one time you dropped a bunch of dad jokes during my Chronos before Ash's stream. How could you forget? What? What? All right. I definitely have been here. Okay, this is where I fought the Arcane Slaver. Death. Okay, hold on. This is where I get lost. Where am I at again? Risen Dominion? Okay, I fought Defus Nemundus. I fought him. I found the Patriarch. I want to use him. See? Yeah. Good music. Ooh, Gunatello. I like that one. I Pistolangelo and Gunatello. I like that actually. I like that Gunatello. Have the wind halberd. Oh well. Hi. Yeah, I'm gonna tell the Lost. I hate how accurate that is, dude. Now, is this where I fought? It is. Dang it. Where I fought Nemundus. Okay. Predator human? No, never mind. Sorry, that was wrong. I was thinking something else. I was thinking artillery gear. I have all that stuff too. the only thing I can think to do. Arcology underside. This is what I need. Okay. Okay, so we need to go to Arcology underside. That's where I need to find. Oh, what? Oh, yeah. This is where space is. Lords of the Fallen Lies of P are my favorite non-FromSoft Souls-likes, but Chronos in particular, I hesitate to call it one. Still really good, though. It can still be a good game and not be, a Souls-like. It can still be an action hack and slash. Or ARPG. This is probably... I would say this is... I would put this in the Souls-like category. I would. I actually haven't... my previous glitch while I was playing so many times. Dude, Remnant 1 and 2. Good stuff. All right. I want to see what the third upgrade for this thing is. Wait a minute. Yeah. Like, I can understand it. Wait, this is the ecology? What? Man, that's the easiest I think I've ever dealt with those guys. Well, I should say easiest. I feel the RoboCop remake would fit in the same tier as Total Recall remake. It's not exactly terrible, but because it's watered down to PG-13, it doesn't hold a candle to the original. That is a fair assessment, Hugo. I fought all these guys before. Done all this. This just screams that there's like a secret room here. I can't watch the original Total Recall because of that one scene. I haven't seen that movie in so long, I don't remember it. The Mars scene? By the original period that has this charm of being extremely violent, strange, but action-packed and cool. What? That's like, what about ads? Never met her. Thanks, Todd. Stop it, but thanks. Exactly. Honey, did I tell you that we, Krim totally can't recall, can he, eh? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I don't think I can make that jump. Yeah, I want to get in there. But I don't know how to get in there. Oh, wait, maybe I do. Certain opinions of the on some franchise. Yes, you do, and I enjoy many a conversation about several of them. All right, let's see. How can I get over there without dying? That is the question. Oh. Pretty easily, actually. You know, by walking. Honey, did I tell you we came up with a name for this setup? Donatello. We've also called it Pistolangelo. Because all the twirly bits. Also, I unlocked one of the skills with the bow staff. It's pretty darn cool. Oh, a ration. Cool. Okay, charge. I remember grabbing these items. I'll watch every live-action Batman except the Affleck movies because I don't find them interesting. I'll watch Terminator 1 and 2, but not super interested in the later films, and I'll watch all the Spider-Man movies, but my least favorite are the Tom Holland films. I really like the Andrew Garfield ones. I mean, I actually like them all, but... I don't hate the Holland movies, but I just don't care for them as much, except No Way Home. No. I like the Andrew Garfield Spider-Mans because I feel like that one did a great job, the scientific mind of Spider-Man, you know. Hi. All right, honey, you ready for the skill for this weapon? It's pretty darn cool. How sweet is that? I thought it was cool. Okay. I'm actually waiting for Hugo's response on the old Tom Holland bit. So what I need here, there's a space suit that I have to get. Glass. Oh, Axiom. Because I will run out of oxygen out in space. It's called the Aegis armor. And I have not been able to find the room that I looted. Please be this door. Please be this door. Please, please. No. That would have been cool. I really like the old Batman movies, the one with Jack Nicholson as the Joker. They're classic. Yeah, Jack Nicholson did a great job of portraying the like mafia boss style Joker. I actually almost read it as Nick Jackelson. I had to stop myself. Yeah, there were some responses that were like, "Oh, really? You know, not a huge fan of the Tom Holland." Jack Napier Nicholson. It's an interesting middle name. All right, I give. It's guide time. Oh, gold coin. That was the original Joker's name, canonically, between that and the animated series. Really? Oh, I just was curious. I was gonna see what your response was gonna be. People saying like, you know, hey, Tom Holland was like born to be Spider-Man. I think Tom Holland does a good job of being the light-hearted goofball Spider, like, you know, very light-hearted Spider-Man. I do like, you know, we're still seeing a young Spider-Man too, and not an old, developed. Well, I mean, even I guess Tobey Maguire was in high school, so it's not that different. Now I say something that triggers most people. I don't like Spider-Man movies except the two with Miles Morales. Okay, look, Into the Spider-Verse, and I forgot the second one. Those were good. Humble opinion, Maguire was the best Peter Parker, Garfield was the best Spider-Man, and Holland feels too young for me. Let's see if this costs me anything. Okay, I use the restroom, guys. I'm gonna take a minute. You guys keep talking about this stuff. I'm going to use the bathroom real fast, take a quick be right back, and I'm gonna figure out where the heck I need to go, because I'm stuck. Okay. Good conversations. No Mew. Aw. No Mew Mew? Okay, I have good news. That's not the wrong area. Honestly, that whole scene is nuts. You know, actually, so I'm gonna try something real fast. I know I don't have a whole lot of time, but work with me here. Buddy. I don't remember how to get back to the beginning. I don't know that I can. Well, maybe not. The way Willem Dafoe really portrays Norman and the Goblin, like, is pretty incredible. Like how it smells like it's where you can open doors. Oh, duh. Garfield. Yeah. Yes, he did do excellent in Hacksaw Ridge. Agreed. He was, yeah, he was phenomenal in that. You know, I forgot. I don't care about this stuff. I like Garfield. Okay. Print model. Oh my goodness. So I don't have... Okay. Oh, absolutely did. Okay. James Franco, but I feel like James Franco did fine though. Okay, well, I was wrong. I have part of the solution, but not the whole solution. She was in the right area. That sucks. And now on to Star Wars. I think we're pretty much all on the same page. So, I don't think I have this breach the game is talking about. It says I'm supposed to have the pond breach, but I know where the pond is where we started the game. Jar Jar Sith. It's still a fan theory, though. They haven't confirmed that's actually a thing. Like, they talked about how, yeah, but it was never, like, fully actually a thing. Wouldn't have minded that being a thing and it being, you know, his whole shtick of being, you know, this accidental genius, like drunken master. Yeah, it would have been fine. Hey, what's up, Albert? Never had the tool victim chest. I don't like it, but I kind of feel like he was a throwaway character that gained a lot of ground. Need something with the market for the kids, pod racing for sure, with an annoying side character like Disney. Comedic relief, I would be okay with that explanation. Oh, pod racing was cool. Padme wasn't annoying. No, never. You see that second cousin It? Oh, it's not that bad. 1, 2, and 3 are actually pretty good. Cousin It had the hair, that's the thing. Oh, that's right, that's right. Well, we've got the thing and the other thing. Did you know that Keira Knightley actually played a double? Played the double? She was in an interview. Yeah. Oh, yeah, to be her stand-in. Right. All right, we're back where it all started. Yay. Agreed. Wait, such a terrible actress, she almost ruined one of my favorite movies. Imitation Game. Oh. You know, let's just respec once. Sure. Oh, forget that. Okay. Wow. Now we get the armor that I need. Wrecked. Yeah, she was. Okay, hold on. Wait, what? Something she was in. She actually was okay. Brie Larson was good in Scott Pilgrim. Secret room. This. Yeah. Charlize Theron. Okay, is that the? I don't know. Hold on. Two Vipers waiting for you. Oh, what? I just got shot by one of those things. Okay. Okay, so I need a light. What was the point of that? Seriously, what was the point of that? See you later, Nobunaga. Sleep well, man. Alright, I gotta go back to where I was. Sorry, guys. I got confuzzled. Heard that. Okay. So, we're at the breach. can look at the window. Find the pile of crates. Maybe. Turn right. Wide doorway. Hold up. Ah. There's the vitals. Oh, cool. More of these guys. Like I can just go up twirly, 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 and get a bunch of my mana back. Gotcha. Okay. Finally, progress. Carbon scraps. Yay. Yep, okay. I remember reading that now. Oh, it's easy for you to hit your head on the cables above. Now I completely understand what that thing was saying. Okay. So much for beating this game tonight. I kind of don't like the fact that this has a... like, hey, get this armor set. Because you're going to need it out in space. Come on. It's weird how little range this thing has. You know, despite being such a long weapon, it just does not have range. Okay, so maybe I should just jump diagonally? Ah! Oh. I could have just walked down. Or just fall. That's fine. Will you walk on? Thank you. I missed. Man, that's like no. So multi-hit's the way to go for mana regen. Dang. Okay. Here we go. All right, so we gotta go here. There's the broken EVA set. Dang. Okay. We're gonna have more time before I ran out of oxygen. It's okay though. Yeah, let's synchronize this breach. All right. Woo! Okay, so EVA. No. Okay. Oh, snap. Huh. Interesting. Well, I definitely feel like a spaceman. You know, if I had 10 years to stream, KOTOR would be one I would play, because your decisions actually make a difference. Rogue Galaxy. One sounds familiar. Oh, hello. Oh, the heater actually drains my... No way. No, no, no. I didn't mean to do that. If I remember correctly, KOTOR is fairly long. Although it might be one of those games as long as you want it to be as well. I kind of wonder if it's kind of like Skyrim, where like it can be as long or as short as you want it to be. If I had to guess. Pretty tanky, I like it. Like I can trade some hits and it's not so bad. Almost full. One small step. All right, I'm outside, I'm clear. I'm warm, I can breathe. Now we can traverse outer space. Well, outside the station, I should say. It's trippy. Did I seriously make that jump first try last time? Oh, man. I didn't butt pucker, you butt puckered. Yeah. I actually do like the lack of sound. All right. Oh, we have a boss. About time. You know how happy I am to have a boss? No. This is... No. Come on. Okay, hold on. Okay, this is... I legitimately don't know how I'm gonna get back. Oh. Okay, no, I'm glad I was forced to go back. Wait a minute. Pump your brakes. We got that figured out at least, so I guess that's one step. Now, is it the most easily accessible because... Where's my light? Does my light drain power? Okay, cool. What makes it the most accessible version? If you're gonna play modern day, your options are Xbox backwards compatible, Switch, and PC with mods. I don't have a problem with PC and mods with a lot of games, though. Ah, being delisted. Okay. The Light Remaster puts the game in widescreen and portable. That's true. You know, honestly, I think I've dropped a bunch of reflex points at the foresight. we're gonna go arcology underside. Well, that's not bad. Do drain power. I didn't know that. All right, we are yet again outside the station. Okay, wasn't so bad. Look in the past. All right, hold on. Let me get out from being in space. This is cool, but I like the idea, and I also don't. Carbon. Okay, good. Let me get somewhere safe and I'll pull that up. What? What's the point of that? Oh. Oops. I had a feeling that platform was just gonna fall. Okay, that's interesting. I can pressurize the room. Is that the whole point of this? Okay, that's a safe spot. All right, let me look at this real quick, you. This part right here. Yep. I hear it. I hear it. Yeah, I was skipping it around to try to find the spot because I'm semi-familiar with the song. Yeah, I totally hear it. That's funny, dude. Like, yeah. No, once you pointed it out, I totally, yeah, yep, I get it. Oh, there's a coin there. Me. When I use the cube. So like when I want to use the light, or if I want to use the black light, I can use, there's some that has, it makes it a jukebox instead. Oh wait, no. Whoa, hey dude. You just fall in the hole. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. There it is. Oh, I hate these. Man, why do you have to? Why? You can't fall too high or you die. I missed so many items back there. Hopefully nothing I regret. So close. Oh, you know what? I'm right here. Let's just do it. Entropic Railgun. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, that's a neat bug. That's fun. I'm invisible again. It doesn't it? It really does. I think that's why I like it so much. Finally. What? Why? Why? Why can I not open this? It's like a Doom Pokemon mashup. I mean, I can do another song. This one I think is worse. You know what? Let's just. I'm gonna see if this fixes it. We'll fix it or not. Hold on. Okay, so head inside. We're here. Back where the artillery guy is. Hit a left and jump. Yay. Okay, so hold on. Oh. Alright, so those guys are dead. Alright, hold up. So head back to the breach, go to the side of the small building with small artillery, use the mag lift inside, kill the EVA suit enemy. You're gonna dip? Alright, dude, I understand. I want to beat this game. I'm ready to be done with it. Oh, well, he's dead. Wait. I can jump from the platform to the building? Oh. I hate those. Hi, turtle. What's the point? Yeah, what's the point of this? That's cool. And kind of terrifying, too. Well... Okay, this is cool and all. All that I understand. Okay. Okay, so I've got a protective module. Okay, I got that. This is saying I'm supposed to be able to fight a boss, right? is right here. That's so weird. Oh, I just died. I didn't expect that. Must be Venom. There must be some kind of like counter damage in the game, because I took a massive hit there. Hey, dude. Ta-da! Well, this spacesuit is growing on me. Shot in the face. So this gun's decent damage, like, comparatively speaking. Pew pew! Finally! Boss dead. See, when you can fight bosses and stuff, the game's pretty good. Branch of Light? Is that the Night Dam? From the original tree, one can choose another branch, set their own destiny. Use it a breach for your own benefit, or Pitfall. Door is not open from this side. Okay, let's see if we can actually get into the spot now. Finally. All of that time. Finally, in Port Asudan. I so done this game. So close to 100%. Pretty snazzy, actually. I dig it. Guys, we're making progress. I know you have at least one swing. The piano song playing right now. It's strangely going with what you're playing. Huh. Neat. Thespian hook. I have one of those. Rations. Great credentials. Refined carbon. Carbon. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh, it's one of those. I just dodged, I was right in front of you. The song is Somewhere by... Okay, how do you pronounce the name? Is it Kaim? Oh yeah, I have that brain thing. Hi. Hey, dude.
Marish.
Always felt more at home here among the Thespians. We share the same purpose, after all. We were also greatly misunderstood in our actions. I'm surprised to see you alive, quite frankly. What happened to you? I met an architect. Yes, one of the architects is still alive on the station. It'd be very convenient to have him join our cause. Perhaps you'll find a way to convince him. Anyway, I don't really care what you think, but you're going to care about what I have to tell you. While you're here, perhaps you'll be interested in a little opportunity. Some creatures have been performing strange rituals underneath this place. I am forbidden to say its name, nor can I intervene, but you can. Go down there and bring me back any model you find, no matter how repulsive it may appear. I'm heading to Alma Mater Institute to finalize the preparations. I'll open the way. You can decide if you're up for the task. Okay. If I'm progressing in this game, I don't care. Also, weirdly enough, this brain thing that I just had oddly gives me a better like POV. Oh, we're so close to having the final ability on this. I really do want to see what it is. No, don't fall off. Please don't fall off. I actually want weapon experience. It actually has a really nice like ebb and flow to it. Using the gun and the staff. As long as I can keep my mana high enough. Because while I'm shooting the gun, I'm regenerating my stamina. Cool! Nice little fight. Okay, so I got an Axion condenser, a Foresight channeler, and something else. And I'm out of juice. Alright. Holy cow, it's 11:30. This is not a short stream tonight. Sorry, Hugo. Was not my intention. Their boss? right? Can it? No. Okay, that's... Okay. Okay, perfect. Little elevator. No? Nothing? Okay. Channeler of Hell. The fuckball. Heir of Chaos? I thought I killed Chaos. Oh, hey! Honey, you paying attention? I got a new skill. Check it out. I've never seen this before, so I don't know what it looks like. Neat. I don't know where that guy went. He's gone. Damn. Oh, I'm dead. I got the hop jumps of the sprint jump. Let's use that ability again, but in like a more open area. Okay, almost back to where I was. bad. Like, you're being surrounded by enemies. I like this. Hey. Oh, right. Other music. Black tempering. Ooh, that was close. This might be more fitting for the outer space section, the horror, you know. It's eerie, but I kind of like it. Oh. Restored warrior shield. Charged prism. Cellium ingot. Aha. Okay. Let's not get the little hop this time. Much better. That's probably why this spot's here. Ooh. Ah, so what's this? %, guys. Whoa! Nope, we're good. What in the world? Can I use my heal? Thank you. Oh, that's interesting. Anti-rad injection, which I think I have. Yes, I do. Oh my goodness. Okay. So many items. Hello. How do I get in there? Uh-oh. Red Saber. Oh, buddy. Well, this just might be my weapon. That thing looks cool. Oh, jeez, game. That jump? Probably not. Decent damage. Third Fool's Head. Oh, it has multi-hit on the charge. Oh, hey, look! It's our favorite enemy. Got destroyed. You would have just walked right off. I'm about to lose my flashlight. Thank you. So you probably would have on my screen. The brightness sometimes on stream isn't exactly the same as what I see. I've noticed that. I like that double hit. Oh. I found an occult station. Hey. Hold it. Okay. Third Fool's Head. I'm gonna make it. Corrupted Ferula. Arrow of Chaos. Ooh. Oh, I don't have organic fiber. Archon Shield. I'll forget it. Just want to see what it looks like. Oh. Man, if I do this, though, I'm going to lose... the ability to use that. What's the shield look like? Nifty. Did I seriously jump on the one wrong side? Yep, sure did. Now I gotta find my way all the way back. And by all the way back, I mean right here. Okay, so I have Vault A and Vault B credentials. Buddy. I got a level. Ooh, there's some over here. I found the item. Damn. Found the sword. Ah, perfectly placed. See. All right, fine. Dang. All right. Well, let's see. Invisible. I don't think I'm supposed to be able to do that. They're kind of cool. That just fits better. gotta end this soon. That's handy. Cube cooling. What's up? I wonder if you have to get the kill for the weapon to level up. I think it levels up faster if it gets the last hit experience. Major Thespian leggings. Major Thespian. Actually, you know what? Oh. Alright, that's not bad. That is. Dang it. I was so deeply into that level, I didn't know where it was there for a minute. Yes, I actually am. These thespians are not so much like actors and theater people, but I think they're called thespians I don't know. Actually, I don't know why they're called thespians. To be completely honest. No idea. No. Alright, the goal right now is to get my Axions back. Get the next breach and call it a night. really like this sword. To tell you the truth, Turtle, I don't know that I really know that much more than you do. Just being truthful. Mind Vessel OB. Okay. No idea what that is. Sowing Endless? Lace? I opened the door. Ta-da! That's a red door. That's another red door. How do I feel about this area? Finally, I can speak after the blitz of Division 2. What's up with Division 2, Shuma? I'm off to bed, sleep. Good night, my friends. Merry Christmas to you all. If I don't hear from you next week. If we don't hear from you. Merry Christmas to you, Turtle. Merry Christmas. So what's up with your blitz? Wait, is that a raid? Oh, you guys. Oh. Yay! Oh, please, oh, please, oh, please. Oh, yeah, organ fiber. We are in the midst of a winter event. We are getting Krampus bounties and collecting winter keys for named and exotic loot. Nice. Sweet. Why do I feel like that's gonna kill me? But like I'm supposed to drop down there. Oh well. Honey. Found Voldo. Like, disgusting. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. Okay, I couldn't hit that thing. That was weird. Not quite Kali. Kali would need a spear, a scythe, a sword, a dagger, and something else. Incense. Yeah, skull. Also doesn't help that I messed up and used 2 healing items when I meant to use 1. Figure out what this saber. Oh! I get a boomerang sword? Okay, that's cool. Damage to do. That's what I care about. All right, I'm gonna do at least one more attempt on this boss, and then I gotta call it a night. Out of the crawl hole into the house. Okay, good. Getting multiple hits and the kill should be the most amount of experience I can get with a weapon. I like the echoes in the chamber. What's that? Oh, come on. Sad thing is, you know, because I went for that boss and I didn't get my my Axions back. I probably lost like 30,000 Axions. I guess I could try to use the heal cube for a while. Oh. That's what those are. This is an awfully long run back for a boss fight. Well, no secret door. Doesn't look like there's any passage here. Well, it's another option, yeah. Probably how I get back up. Alright, 3 charges. Play it safe. Here we go. That is not how I played safe. I just realized how little damage I'm doing to this guy. I don't know if this boss necessarily does that much, it's just that the camera. I really don't like it when bosses stand still. It's Cass! Hey, dude! What's up, Cass? Hey, buddy. Oh, come on. Yeah, I decided to go ahead and stream tonight because I didn't stream yesterday. Oh, he's got stomped. Ugh. All right, I'm gonna do, like I said one attempt, but I'm gonna do one more and that's it. This will be the third and final attempt of the night. No, I gotta work tomorrow. I'm not really happy about my shift tomorrow, but it is what it is. Yeah. One of these days, man. what's rough is that I'm really good in retail jobs. I just don't like the hours. And I don't mean hours as far as like the amount of hours worked. I mean, I don't like the hours as in scheduled hours. Yeah, the thing about working retail is that you can make good money, but you just... One, you gotta find the right company. Two, you have to find a crew that makes it worthwhile, too. Whoa, what the? What are you doing up there? You're not supposed to be up there. Which is really odd, because Cass, you being bilingual, you would think they would want that. There's a guy where I work, he doesn't speak hardly any English. And, like, I like the guy, but it's really frustrating and difficult to try to convey certain things to him just because he just doesn't understand English fluently. Like I said, he's a good guy and he works, but like, I think if we could have, you know, a consistently clear conversation, he would have a better time, and so would we. No, actually, that would surprise me. Or that does surprise me. That's true. I forgot. You do have, do you have a double master's? Or is it, do you have a bachelor's and a master's in a different field? I forgot, man. I'm sorry. I know it. Don't you have a master's in psychology? Bachelor's in Macarena. Bachelor's in macaroni and master's in spam. I truthfully am getting tired. Well, where'd he come from? Oh, this is getting bad. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, going to bed. Water so cold it's almost like ice. Ah. Alpha defeated. Okay, well, can I get the brain damage healed? Yes, drain damage. Oh, Buddy Boy's weak to fire. Oh, dang it. Did I just stop him from tearing his arms off? Chip damage. Target's fine. That's bad for me. Cool. Nope. Nope. Oh. That's why I said it's like Voldo. Oh. The boss is so close to dying. I almost missed that jump. Thank you. Okay. Oh. You know what? What do you like? I don't know why, I just bully so much better with big swords. Yeah, the sad thing is I really have to watch my stamina with this boss. And if I could respec and do it all over again, I probably would put more points in cognition. Oh, a horde battle. Cool. I'm actually trying to lock onto a different target, and it won't let me do it. Cool. even if I fail the boss fight in one, like in the very, very beginning, this is it. I'm gonna shut down after this run. It just takes way too long to run back to this boss. And the camera angle is really messing with me. Sweet. Bleh. Disgusting enemies, aren't they? These vile thespians. So close. Comes in. I don't stream that long today. Only a short stream. Oh, Crusade, look, there's something shiny. Well, okay. It's because this is the last boss before, like, I finished the game, and I'm real. And because I spent so long trying to figure out where to go, and I'm finally here, I'm like, I want to reap the benefit of that. Because, like, the entire last stream, I did basically nothing. I mean, we all get to hang out and talk, which is the best part. But as far as game progress, nothing. I'm stuck. Uh-huh. Sure, Nobunaga. Sounds like you're complaining. Not really. Alright, there's something I'm killing this group. Oh. Alarm? All right, we're testing something. This is not going to be a good attempt starting off this way. But we press forward. All right. I am so glad for the quick dodges in this game. Oh, hi. Be safe. Are we don't? Oh man. Camera. Love the cameras. Oh, hello. Oh, nope, nope, nope. Started off as a pretty easy mechanic that becomes quickly frustrating. May have feel too early on that one. Ugh. Come on, come on, come on, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. I had a heal. Oh, I used it. Okay. Got it. Woo! That was fun. Hey, Steve, please repeat. Okay. Let me polarize real fast. Oh, man. Right. No. All right, guys. Are we gonna see the end of the game now? Is this it? VODs aren't on autosave for rewind. They should be. Next game in Notria? What is that? Weird. I thought the rewind function was for anyone who was subbed.
No? Is that your final answer?
Is my character human? No, I don't know. My character is like... a created entity that is meant to be immortal. Like, it doesn't age. But apparently, after so many years, they decide to kill themselves. They're like, yeah, there's no point in living this long. Bye. The last song, A Soul, is inspired by Italian folklore, nice music, masks instead of armor, and other stuff. Interesting. We got a raid. My trusty sword. Too high. I'll tell you. Oh, okay. It came out at the same time Elden Ring DLC was coming out, and most people didn't even know it existed. Hey, that's a lot of Axions. Why is my percentage over 130%? Seamus had a lot of fun with the game. Well, it's like how I felt about Lords of the Fallen. A lot of people really liked it. And while a lot of people didn't like it, oh, having some fun. Oh. Alright, I got the lab key. This is a universal printer. Restored warrior shield. I don't have enough metallic glass. I need the nervous wiring. Lords got better after some patches in the Great Battle Mechanic update. Everything is faster in the last update. Enemies. Enemy key in the better mode. Dasher motor? Ah, bridge. Took a build a bridge. Took a like 10 seconds. Okay. I gotta stop playing. I'm falling asleep. But like, I feel like I'm at the end of the game. Sorry, AI. Oh, enemies got smarter and they're more aggressive. Nice. engage in irreversible series of any task left to complete. Should be attended before proceeding. Alright, no, I'm good. I want to beat the game. Thanks. It's been a long and difficult journey for you, I'm sure, full of enriching realizations and improvements. Did you know that only 14% of you make it this far? I believe you do. What you know is incredibly valuable. Your service to the project is invaluable. As we speak, a near infinity of parallel versions of you are still hard at work to solve the problem. This is forbidden knowledge. We are acquainted now. You can rest. You have completed your duty in this world. Surely, by now, you have witnessed and understood the value of the ultimate sacrifice, the origin of our enterprise. You overcame fear. You are ready. I know. We have so much to talk about, but trust me, in the next state, we will be able to communicate on a level of bandwidth that you cannot conceive within this world. So it is time now. Come to me. Walk forward with courage. Right? Scorpitron? Okay. I don't understand a single thing you say. What ultimate sacrifice? So you are the mass AI, but you said you were sick. I am. No one escaped untouched from the merge, not even machines. Or perhaps the origin of my ill lies elsewhere. I can't say, unfortunately. But you understand why my time is so limited and precious. Oh man, what do we do, guys? So I guess we sacrifice the data. Huh. We're gonna keep the data. Everybody says keep the data. Yes, no. Keep the data. All right, we got some keeps. Anybody have anything else? So, all right, Shuma. So I've been collecting data about this whole thing. About how this place functions, the black holes, how to defeat the outer gods, all these kind of things. I've done all that. And the way it's been done, you surrender all of the information you've gathered into the hive mind AI, the mass AI. That's why there are so few people on this left, because they've all become part of the mass AI. Because I'm not really a living being. I'm a created thing. But if I keep the data, it's like, nah, man, I'm me. Mine. Nobody's saying surrender, so it's fine. If you guys want to keep the data, I'll do it. Yes, you go against the mass AI. Yes. understand. You are confused. After what you've been through, it is only normal to react with violence. While I shall indulge you, most of you are resistant to the idea of sacrifice, but we forgive you. Now rise to the challenge, Spawn. Whoa, buddy! This is kind of cool, but also not. That's why it's not cool. Because I just got pulled off the ledge. It's one. All right. Heck. Oh, it's my ghost. All right. So slow. Protection against light. Stick. I still like to increase health. Oh, this is better. say I like how... Oh. It's my time here. Oh, I can't get the reach on it. I guess the music's good. I just feel like I need a faster weapon. Oh, come on. Oh, that actually hit me? Dang. Can't recover fast enough of this. Nice. Okay. I know that I'm too tired to do this boss fight right now. Well, guys, that's stream. That's it. I'm calling it here. Thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. Thank you for being here on an off night. Hey, Manic, what's up, dude? Yeah, thanks. I'm glad to finally be at the end. Like, this game has been fun, don't get me wrong, but It was so easy to get lost. Oh, dude, Manic, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. I was. Once I finally got to boss fights, it was good. Last stream, though, dude, I ran around in circles. Anyway, I'm gonna pass out. I gotta work, quote, today. So, I make that same joke, but I'm half serious. Got a regular Monday through Friday remote job. Hey, call me. Anyway, love you guys. Mean it. Good night. See you soon.